like, okay, well, if I get to stay at this position, it's all class warfare, dude. It's all class warfare. If I can stay at my position, if I'm a little bit less rich, it doesn't affect my life, but the poor people at the bottom are getting all this extra shit, and they're not gonna try to challenge me for my position. That's all it's about, dude. All it does is just destroy the middle class. Anybody who's trying to move up to where he is, they gotta work way harder. See, I like how my stocks are doing right now. I don't know how, like Trump's tariffs would affect the stock market. I don't know how, like, these, like, supposed fucking, like, progressive tax ideas from the other one are gonna help, but all I know is that, like, I don't want to fucking pay taxes on something that I literally have not realized. Like, that's just, you can't fucking do that, and then, like, what, do we get taxed again when we withdraw it? Like, how does that work? Just fuck your fucking taxes, dude. I already pay enough taxes, I don't want to pay more taxes. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that this is how it starts, right? Have you ever looked into, like, the law of, like, what Grand Theft Auto constitutes as? Whenever the law was written for Grand Theft Auto, it was $1,000. Like, anything over the cost of $1,000 is Grand Theft Auto if you steal it. Which is like, obviously, that's not a lot of money now. You know, if you're making like 5 times that in a month, you're still not having a super great time these days. Like, that's how it starts. Like, once you allow them to tax that shit, then they're just gonna start taxing more, and it's gonna be more vicious. Like, they're gonna, like, again, like 100 years from now, we're gonna be making like a lot more because of inflation, right? Like 100 years from now, a dollar bill is not going to be worth what it is now, but that line still stays. Like, if you make over $100 million a year now, like, obviously you're set for life, but like 100 years from now, if we're still around, you know, $100 million might just be like upper class, depending on how inflation goes. So that's one thing. But another thing is, like, it's never only affecting the upper class, it affects the middle class. Because of these upper class people who had their money in stocks, like Warren Buffett is withdrawing all of his stocks now, and spending it on like smaller companies, I guess, to try and like move his money to like things that he think like what did he just recently buy, like Sirius Radio? Like, he's moving his money around, he has a lot of liquid cash, he's staying out of stocks mostly, except for like some small companies that he thinks that he can like profit off of if they get bigger. I don't know, I think it's pretty obvious to me, like people see this potential, like if they start doing these like unrealized capital gains taxes, like these millionaires are just gonna invest in real estate or other assets, you know? And then, like, what does that do to the rest of us who are invested in the stock market? Because, like, we're all just at the will of these, like, large companies that have these stock holdings. You know, the markets are going to react to that when all these big guys sell off to avoid paying taxes. And yeah, they're just going to offshore their money as well. And that's another thing, too, is, like, I don't know. I'm not an expert on this, but all I know is, like, the immediate change. I need interest rates to go down, and I need the stock market to keep going up. That's what I personally need. Like, I need that shit to continue going the way that it's been going. For my personal needs, I need a low interest rate so I can put money down on my first property, which I also plan on living in. So I'm trying to say, like, I want to be a homeowner. That's the complicated way of saying I want to be a homeowner. You know, I want my investments to be going up at a reasonable rate so that, like, I can, you know, take a line out of credit and, like, put a lot down on a nice place that'll probably appreciate in value. And because, like, the line of credit is going against the investments, I'm not losing money, I'm still making it. If that sounds like a fucking foreign language to you, I'm sorry, but, like, that's basically what I'm saying is, like, my life gets a lot better if interest rates go down and the stock market continues to go up. So whatever results are going to happen in November that would allow that to happen, I'm totally game for it. That's fine with me. Cause let's face it, like if I'm hopping on the struggle bus, SpongeBob's not gonna be going as fast, man. Thanks. Greed of what? Somebody in chat or what I'm saying? Like wanting to live a comfortable life is greed? Or like what's up? Yeah, I mean the cheaper groceries will come with cheaper gas because, I mean, grocery stores already operate at like a very low margin of profit, so if the price of gas goes up, the groceries are very sensitive to that. I think that groceries have been pretty stable lately, but it's still not good. Like, I'm still paying $10 for a carton of eggs, which I don't really like that, but, you know. Yeah, I want to live a comfortable life. I mean, my stocks have been doing well this past year. That's one of the reasons why I said, like, we're not going to do a subathon over the summer and focus on the game instead of, like, business as usual. We're going to keep grinding the game and push it more, and because I can. Like, that allows me to do things like that because you guys have put me in a fantastic position to be able to live half on my investments and half on my streaming. Yeah, I mean, I don't have an opinion on minimum wage. Like, there are arguments that increasing the minimum wage just makes small businesses go out of business because they can't afford to compete in the time that the, like, because the companies that are larger and, like, say like a Walmart versus like a regular retail store, like the Walmart, if it loses money short term, it can just take money from its parent. And then the other businesses around the Walmart go out of business. That's the idea. Some people don't like the minimum wage stuff. Then of course there's the argument that, like, well, like, if you're not making a living wage, like, you're basically a slave because you're not making enough money to live, you know? Yeah, I mean, like, good companies need to be put in check, but the question is, like, how much in check and how much is too much and, like, what's gonna, you know, avoid driving up inflation and so forth. I'm not an expert, but I will say that, like, taxing unrealized capital gains is a terrible idea regardless of who's getting the tax, because that's just gonna affect everybody. And it affects real estate too, doesn't it? Like, paying taxes on, like, your property value going up? Yeah, that's fucking crazy, man. See, that's interesting, though, because, like, I feel like that's not the case with the post-COVID stuff. I mean, I guess, like, until recently they started cutting rates, like, last month, but for a good, like, 2 or 3 years post-COVID, people had a lot of money and they weren't spending it. So I don't understand what the fuck that was about, but really interesting. Like the Fed kept raising interest rates, but you'd still see people, like, lined up at Chick-fil-A, like, buying their fucking, like, bullshit they don't need. Like, it's so confusing, like, looking at what happened the past few years. Like, there was never a point where it really felt like the economy really crashed. Like, there was a point where it was, like, getting pretty bad, but it never, like, bottomed up, you know? Just really weird. Right, yeah. I don't know, man. I think that you lower the price of gas and everything just fixes itself, dude. You get the gas prices low. The grocery stores don't have to, as long as, you know, I guess you have to assume that they're not going to price gouge in that case. Like if the prices go down in the grocery store as a result of gas, like if they can bring the prices down because of gas and they're not price gouging, then that would allow people to eat better, like not have to starve basically. Like their paycheck can allow them to afford to eat bare minimum. Effectively that would, you know, make the minimum wage less important because their money's worth more, you know. We're just talking about economics. I think that it's kind of surprising that games haven't gone up to $80 at this point. Like 70 felt inevitable, but like it's almost like games are underpriced now because of how worthless our money is. Yeah, exactly, because they took advantage of uncertain times and they never lowered their prices. Yeah, I totally get that. But like the gas angle is definitely part of it too. It's just like, how is the next administration going to force these companies to drop their prices if they can afford to do so? And how are we going to make it affordable as far as like energy goes? Yeah, I mean, I don't really notice it that much because I work from home. But whenever I have to fill my gas to go on some kind of a trip, like a convention, I'm always like it's a little, like it was like $3.50 here in Jersey, like it's not great. I remember when gas was like $2, like 6 years ago. $2.50. It's not that bad, all things considered, but like it's definitely like it's not good. In California, it was at like $8 at one point. There's something about New Jersey and speedrunning that really works very hand in hand. Maybe because there's nothing else to do here, maybe that's part of it. So yeah, gas prices aren't a big issue for me, but like, when gas prices go down, everything else goes down, in theory. As long as the companies are, you know, competing for low prices, I guess. I mean, like, I think that Walmart had a pretty big impact on, like, coming back from the recession because their whole thing was, like, their price point, right? Offer low prices and everybody has to compete against that. Ideally, there's some competitor that tries to lower their prices to get people to buy their shit. But it's a matter of like how long that like I think about like Sony, like how Sony's doing like the $700 Pro version that's like removing features and shit. And like what's Nintendo, what's Microsoft gonna do in response to that? Are they gonna compete against it, or are they just gonna be complacent in how expensive everything is now? Yeah, I'd rather not give specifics on where I live. I already have enough stalkers and creeps, you know. But I like to go to events in the Northeast, like Maryland area. Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, but like this is again like what we're talking about. Like, if the prices have the ability to come down, will the companies lower the prices? Like, will there be a catalyst that causes the companies to reprice their shit? I think that it's a much bigger issue in big tech because there are no competitors. Like, it takes so much money to compete against. Like, you're not gonna like make a console that competes against the PlayStation 5. Like, Sony and Microsoft can essentially do whatever the fuck they want, you know? Thanks, AMK. They can just do whatever they want, so... With grocery stores, though, like, if you can't afford groceries, somebody else is probably gonna price the groceries lower and you can just eat there, you know? I could totally see, like, Wawa taking advantage of that, you know? I don't want to advocate for any candidates on my stream. I don't think that's appropriate. But we do talk about economics a lot on here, and I think that it's relevant to, like, you know, discuss, I guess, like, in part, like, there are going to be, the markets are going to react to whatever happens next month. And I'm not going to act like I have the answers, and I'm not a politician, and I really don't want to inject myself into politics, but I think that money is important. I think a lot of people in this stream care about money too. And it sucks that money and politics are so intertwined, but I definitely have like a limit for how far I'll go. Yeah, I know my place, man. I'm just fucking SpongeBob guy. I'm not a guru or anything like that. I just care about money just like everybody else does. I mean, like, my opinions on economics don't, like, necessarily reflect all my opinions, though. Like, for example, like, obviously, like, if like, big streamers on here, like Kai, Speed, and so forth, are invested in Twitch, and they're bringing more people into Twitch, we're all gonna do better in theory. But it's only if you're, like, playing the game, you know? I think that I'd be okay with a smaller market share on, or like a larger market share of a smaller platform if Twitch just eventually became more centered on gaming like it used to be. Like a smaller Twitch with like a higher concentrated number of people, or percentage of people watching like the small niche communities and like their own like hobbies and stuff like it used to be. Like, I'm cool with that. But if you're talking about like people like Warren Buffett and like Cuban like withdrawing from the stock market because of capital gains tax, you know, whatever they're saying to signal virtue aside, like, it's going to cause people to withdraw because there's not as much money to be made. And I don't know, I guess it's like hard to say because of like inflation, like our money's worth less, but there have been a couple of record highs this year in the stock market, like S&P 500, and a lot of people that I know who are, you know, like, not just like my own advisor, but like experts say we're probably gonna have a soft landing. Just like, I just want to stick the course. I just want the soft landing. I want interest rates to keep going down. And I hope that whoever the fuck wins next month, like, the markets react in a way that makes those things continue on the path they're going. I want that 3% interest rate like 7 months from now. I don't know if that's too much to ask, but yeah, I'm trying to make a move on the real estate market. And just remember that, like, the more that I diversify and the more I grow, the better I can do streams, because, like, I don't have to, like, rely on bullshit. Like, doing sub goals every 2 weeks, you know? Yeah, there's no shot that kind of bullshit gets through, like, the Senate and whatever, but I'm just saying, the markets are gonna react to it regardless of, like, people are afraid. People are afraid, and the biggest driver is, like, fear or lack of fear, like bear versus bull, right? But yeah, I'm in a really nice position right now. My portfolio is like up 20% from a year, which is like fucking insane, dude. Like, I've gotten so lucky, and you know, I have like smart people surrounding me, and like I'm just blessed through and through. But yeah, I don't want to just like sit on this and just like be complacent in it. I want to like try to like, you know, like put it against like a line of credit to like do more things. And
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running.
yeah, like big things are happening, and like all I'm saying is like, if it weren't for like that subathon you guys gave me a couple of years ago, I would not be able to say that I'm in this kind of a position right now. Because I've made a lot out of the 140 grand from a couple of years ago. It's turned into like a fucking massive thing for me. So, once again, thank you, and I don't want to ever make it seem like I'm like flexing or anything like that. I want people to know that I'm like financially stable and things are going well, and I'm going to continue doing what I do on here. Like, regardless of whether I had the ability to like walk away from it or not, you know. Like, the whole point is, like, I want to be in a good spot so I can continue doing these things. I never want to have to, like, ideal scenario is, like, money is completely set, never worry about it again, and all I do is just, like, content. At least the foreseeable future. I don't know how I'll be feeling 10 years from now. But, yeah, that's how I feel right now, and I don't see it changing anytime soon. And yeah, I also want my fans to do well too. I mean, like, it all, like, community, right? The better we all do, the better everybody else does. If everybody's doing well financially, everybody can go to more events. We can support the subathons more as well. It literally impacts me with, like, if people are doing well, I do better, and everybody else around us does better. More people have time to speedrun, more people have time to watch, more people have time to talk and chat. You know, if we band together and all do well, it all just rubs off on us positively.
Number 1 in the
See, I'm big on that. Like, I can't advocate more. Like, if you're in the situation where you have like 50 to 100 grand just sitting around and you're not like, you have your rainy day fund, like no obligations, you really should try to learn how to invest it in something. Because like employed, self-employed, investment, and real estate, like, you want to get out of that like employed, self-employed area like as soon as you possibly can and start getting yourself more, you know, into your investments and eventually real estate. Like majority of rich people are in real estate. Like, the eventual goal is just to get there. And the sooner you make that leap, like, if you're young and you're trying to understand how stocks work, or I think that crypto's stupid. I wouldn't do crypto. Some people do it, but I just try to understand how money works if you're in your early 20s. It's a really good thing to do. I didn't learn until I was like 25. And even though I was late, I got lucky. I got in at a really good time. Again, like, very blessed, very, very fortunate. But the younger you start, you know, your money is more disposable when you're young, and it's worth more. It's like a cheat code. Like, when you're 15 years old versus 50 years old, you can experiment more, and you get rewarded very greatly for your experimentation when you're young like that. Yeah, when people make more money, they put it into the economy, but it's all relative to how much everybody's making, dude. Like, if you raise minimum wage, then the prices raise as well, because they have to account for like paying their employees now. Which is why I'm saying, like, small companies having to compete against like a fast food chain, for example. If you raise the minimum wage, they're gonna struggle or go out of business. I'm 27. I'm 27 and I'm trying to get into the real estate market next year. it's been a couple of years, but I've had, you know, good advice and smart people surrounding me, and there are a lot of people in this stream who also talk finance too, and like we kind of like talk, and it's nice to have people around you who are interested in this stuff, and it's the kind of thing where, like, especially with investments, like, you want to have the confidence that people around you feel a similar way. I'm not saying I would have made dumb decisions if I didn't have people around me, but like, I know people in the speedrunning community who do this as well, and people who watch me who do this as well, where like, during the whole Nvidia bullshit a couple of months ago, we were all kind of like, yeah, we're going long, we're gonna hold, we're gonna invest more when it goes down, get the discount. Like, stuff like that, like, being surrounded by people who are also involved is, like, it's helpful. Like, even if it sounds like it's insignificant, like, just knowing people who do this stuff has definitely helped me a lot. And I'm by no means an expert. I've only been doing it for, like, a couple of years, but... yeah, I want to own my first property soon and live in it. It's a little weird for me, because, like... I could probably charge rent for it, but I don't want to, like, disturb people while I'm streaming at night. So maybe, like, if I get a second property in the future, I'll probably, like, do that instead. Well, that's great to hear, man. But what I'm saying is, like, I can see why people would argue against adjusting minimum wage if companies can go out of business trying to compete. Like, small companies can potentially go out of business trying to compete, or that, like, when you change the goalposts, like when you change the minimum, it's only a matter of time until things just continue inflating. In theory, I'm not saying I agree with it or disagree with it, but like, I don't have a solid opinion on what to do with minimum wage. That's all I'm saying. And I can't take one example as fact. Like, obviously there are going to be a lot of examples to pull from. I'm not saying, I can't say that I've looked into it, because like, I'm more about like how people respond to policy changes as opposed to what the policy changes actually do. I'm just saying I don't know. I don't know what the right answer is, but I can at least, like, in part try to predict like what people are going to do based on policies changing, or people, you know, threatening policy change. Like how the market's gonna respond to, you know, what the Fed says, or like the word choice of the Fed.
Downtown.
As a 17-year-old, I think you should just invest in an IRA when you're 17 years old. Like, just invest in your retirement. I think I did that when I was 22. I started to invest the max amount into my retirement every year. Now, don't be like me. I made the mistake. It wasn't until this year that I started actually investing my IRA into something, because like, you get interest on your IRA, but you have to actually invest it into stocks for it to grow. You can like use your IRA to purchase stocks and like securities and shit. Like, obviously you wouldn't want to go with like government securities if you're 17 years old, because like you have like a long runway and you can take risks. So if you just like put your you invest like a couple of $1,000s into your IRA and put it into like big tech, something like that. You know, it might go down, it might go up, but you're 17 and you can learn from it. Like 10 years from now, that money's going to be worth a lot more. You'll thank yourself 30 years from now as well. Same thing with kids too, like open an IRA for your literal child and just invest in it every year. The more time you have, the more it grows.
I feel like a new sponge.
I've seen people on like YouTube who do that. Like, they like employ their kid. Like, the kid like takes care of like their tasks, and like they write him down as like employed. So they're an employee, and then like there are tax benefits for that, and then you just put their pay into an IRA, and then you just let their money grow while they're going through school. And then what do you know, your kid has a retirement when they're like 30. Yeah, like if you're financially like literate, if you know what to do, as long as your money's working for you, it's like there are ways to succeed that way.
They'll go.
Hey.
Yeah, I really want to read that, but like it's hard with the speed running. I'm not ignoring you, it's just like
We can't jellyfish today. I'm
it's
going
tough
fishing
with the game. Like reading and comprehending like while I'm like doing this. Yeah, I mean, I had a bachelor's in business as well. That was many, many years ago. And I'll be honest, like, I may have done well, but I also had SpongeBob running through my brain the whole time. Like, I was definitely, like, not... Like, a lot of this stuff, I recall it, but, like, it's still fuzzy. Like, I'd have to break out my finance textbooks to, like, refresh on some of this shit. How would you recommend going about learning about finance and investing? There are a lot of like YouTubers who make stuff on it to like catch you up, but like I think just reading and like gaining experience doing it yourself, you know. You can read and study all you want, but if you don't get experience, you're not gonna ever learn. I mean, you gotta understand like the way inflation works. If you have money in your savings account that's not like appreciating at a high rate, you're literally just losing money because your money is worth less. Like $1 today is worth less than $1 tomorrow. Like in principle. So after a certain point, you're just losing money by not investing. It sounds weird, but a lot of the time, like, and this is just my opinion, don't make any decisions based on this, I'm just saying, like, this is what I've personally, is it worth it to work a lot as a teenager? That's a tough one. I mean, when I was a teenager, I did, like, art commissions, and, like, I don't know, like, that's, like, mostly what I did when I was a teenager, so, like, I was learning a skill, and, like, learning sales, but, like, I was also making some money. I think that working a dead-end retail job when you're a teenager could be argued a waste of time. I don't know which way I said, but you are right, yeah. Like tomorrow your dollar is worth less. It's depreciating in value. I don't know what I said, but that's what I meant to say. So I mean, sometimes that happens, but I think you understand like what I'm saying, like I just misspoke, you know what I mean? Like the concept is there, I just said the wrong thing. But you're literally losing money by not investing, basically. And like, just by simply investing doesn't mean you're gonna win the game, but it's about like having a diversified portfolio where like if one thing's not doing well, maybe something else is doing well and it brings the average up. Sometimes you get lucky and most things do well. But the main thing is like, you want to be beating inflation minimum. That's like minimum you're beating inflation. That's what you gotta shoot for. And after that, you work on, you know. You want to try to get to the point where the bank will like pre-approve like lines of credit for you. So that way you can like take out a line of credit and like say the line of credit is like you're paying like 5% into what the, come on. You're paying like 5% interest on a line of credit. Like you took it out for 5% and your account, like your investment account's making like 12%, right? Well, it's like, okay, like you're just borrowing against it. Like if you're paying 5% interest on that loan and your account's making 12%, you're still making money, but now you have an extra like 100 grand, 200 grand to work with. You know? I'm 27. And now because you had that money, like you can use that money to get into like the real estate market or whatever. Like usually you can't like buy more stocks with it because of the conflict of interest, but like that's when you start to get into, I guess, like real estate, which is like where I'm at now. It's like where I'm at on my journey is like when interest rates come down, I could take out a line of credit that can give me a big boost in the real estate market. And then like if you're continuing to like be able to like make those payments because your stocks are doing well, and then the real estate's appreciating in value, you can even just fucking sell the real estate after a certain point and just make money on it and flip it, which I don't think I want to get into that yet, but like, yeah, credit is a lot more important than I realized. I think that's what you should definitely be doing when you're like a teenager. Get a credit card, and instead of using your debit card, pay on credit and pay off the credit every month. That's like the easiest thing that I would do if you're young. Because what you're doing by doing that is building your credit score without even like going into any kind of debt. Because like you just buy a hot dog for like $5, right? I mean, a hot dog is probably $10 now. Shout outs to Joe Biden. But like, you buy a hot dog for $10 and you pay it off at the end of the month. You're not going into debt, but you're showing the credit company that you can pay something off. So, I mean, that's it's literally like a cheat code. You just use a credit card. You use like a crappy American Express card or like a Discover card. Just buy stuff. Yeah, you just never miss. Exactly. You just never miss any payments, and your credit just goes up. Exactly. I mean, if you get a card that isn't garbage, you just get points too. Like you travel, they're like useful. I don't do the whole point thing. I don't really take advantage of that. I don't know. My card sucks. I kind of like having a shitty card though, cause like, I don't know. I like to like not the way that I dress and the way that I move. Like I don't like people knowing that I have money. You know what I mean? Whip out the fucking shitty card and like people are just unsuspecting of the dude with like the long hair wearing like gym clothes. Like I think it's just better to move that way. Like nobody knows like what you have. I'm not gonna like fucking whip out the fucking like fucking. I'm not trying to like. I don't want to give too many details on like where I'm at, but like, you're not whipping out like the high level car when you're going to like Chili's. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm saying this stuff to encourage you because of how easy it is to get into it, and like if you're young, it's always a good thing to experiment and like learn from your mistakes and stuff. Now, when you get more money, more doors open for you. So I got really fucking lucky that like I was moderately good at saving money through the first half of my 20s, and because of the subathon a couple of years ago, I had a nice big burst of money. So when I walked into this bank and with all this money, people were instantly trying to work with me. Like they were like fucking like rats at a picnic or whatever. Like ants at a picnic. They were just like, this guy has so much, like I want to like make more money off of what he has. Like what I'm trying to say is like, the farther up you go, the easier it gets, because people want to make money off of your money. Like, there's a light at the end of the tunnel, and it only gets easier. Good question. I mean, I take stuff from my advisor and like random people that I've like heard talk on the internet, and like people from this community and so forth. There are a bunch of people in this community. We should really have like a finance channel in that server, in the Discord server. That'd be a really good channel to have. Just people talking about like finance and stuff would be like a good community thing to have. But yeah, what I'd recommend doing if you're like 17 is like try to open an IRA and deposit as much as you can, and like on a yearly basis there's a max that you can put in. But the IRA is basically just your retirement. Like, you can withdraw that when you're like, what is it, like 65 or something. You can withdraw it. You get penalties for withdrawing it earlier, but like, you're young, and like the hundreds of bucks that you're putting into it are like not gonna matter until later anyway. They'll be worth more. But do you think that finance from my community would be a bad idea when we could put on a subathon that makes like fucking $140,000 after taxes? You think that we're broke? Like, clearly these guys know a little bit about money, dude. This community wouldn't be able to exist the way that it does. I wouldn't have the position I'm in if it weren't for this community knowing what they're doing, clearly. What was I saying? Yeah, you should invest in an IRA if you're young. You can afford to take risks. It's still your retirement. And you should go into that IRA and invest in like ETFs that track the S&P 500. ETF is basically just like a catch-all, like sum of the best companies on a certain sector of the market. So you can buy like a tech ETF that's going to track like Microsoft, you know, Tesla, Nvidia, Meta, you know, Google/Alphabet. You just buy something that tracks the average. Like I was saying, like diversification, right? Dang, I recovered that. Diversification, right? It's literally diversifying for you. You just buy like an ETF that tracks the S&P 500. If the general tech sector is doing well, then your retirement's doing well. I guess like it's impossible to say whether like big tech will be here 10 years from now or be replaced by something else, but a lot of this stuff, like, it's usually a pretty safe bet. Like, a lot of these companies stick around for a long time, and if you sense a problem, you can always just sell it and like put it somewhere else. Yeah, I mean, I started off with ETFs. That's how I started. You just become more comfortable as you go along, buying more specific things. Like, I'm mostly in like larger companies now, like high cap, because I know that like if the market's not doing well, like Microsoft will still be here even if shit gets bad. Like, they'll still come back eventually, and it's all a matter of like when you bought in. So if you buy in and then the market goes up and then it goes down, then it goes back up to like above where it went up the first time, like, you're still making money. You're just waiting like 15 years to withdraw it, but it's still like long term making money, you know. That's the idea, is like, you don't need this money tomorrow, you don't need it 5 years from now. Especially with an IRA, like, if you're new, it's pretty low risk, you know. It's a good way to experiment. Nothing wrong with starting your retirement when you're in your teenage years. I would have done it if I knew to do it. Yeah, thanks, Swamp. But yeah, I mean, like, when did I start? I invested in my IRA when I was 22. I paid off my college debt when I was 23, which is a stupid idea. I should have just borrowed against it. Or, you know what I mean? Like, invest against it, and like... Because, like, if my fees were like... If it were like 6% interest rate, you can make more than that just by investing, but like, yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of shit you can do to like manipulate it. But like, a lot of college loans are like 6%. And I don't know, I'm debt free, thankfully. But a bigger part of like getting really rich is apparently being able to manage debt well. And I'm kind of like going into that area at the moment, like looking into like using lines of credit to like get into real estate and like, you know, like have like your other assets like appreciating to like pay off the line of credit, but you're still making money because like your assets are making money, that sort of thing. And then you can report losses too, like if you take out stuff, like you can like report losses, which is good for taxes as well. Yeah, I mean that's exactly the reason why I invest, is because I'm a streamer. Like it's it's all volatile, but like that's the reason why I try not to get into like crypto or like Bitcoin crypto bullshit like that, because like streaming is already risky enough and stocks are already inherently risky. So like I probably wouldn't get into like crypto unless I had like a stable like footing in the real estate market and I can like afford to do like take a risk, you know what I mean? But even then, like being dead ass, like people in my community invest in crypto and they're just gonna support my subathons, so like I'm already getting it, you know what I mean? You think that college is a scam? That's a pretty big blanket to throw over college, but I think that like saying that like you have to go to college is definitely a scam. But I think that there's a lot to gain from it if you go, if you can afford it. If you can't afford it, then you should definitely think about what you're doing. I mean, I'm not an expert on like what the big degrees are right now, but I hear from people in comp sci that it's getting worse and it's harder to get a job. Like it's all about your past experience and your resume and your portfolio now, as opposed to just like where you got your degree. Which I guess means that like the market is just maturing. Yeah, there are useful degrees, but like know what you're signing on to, dude. Thanks, Deuce, for the 20 months, man. The idea that your skill can only be legitimized by a fancy piece of paper, well, I mean, it's a certificate that you passed a test, like, that's the idea, but one way or another, companies have realized that, like, a lot of colleges are not really offering much more than that piece of paper, and they're putting out people who aren't able to work in the workforce, and they're not providing good results in the workplace, and I guess a lot of companies have realized that like a determining factor for the success of their employee is like beyond just the piece of paper. Whereas like maybe at a certain point that was just enough, you know. But yeah, it still comes with the experience. I think that also just like the information age, you can get certified doing a lot of this stuff without going to college. A lot of this stuff you can just learn like on their own, like doesn't MIT or like Harvard like offer like free courses online so you can just learn this shit without actually having to attend courses? You can do this stuff. If you really want to learn about this stuff, you can easily just like teach yourself, but yeah, it's like you gotta find somebody who believes in you, who's gonna like hire you, I suppose is the difficulty. There's so many stories like that. People who just like went through the back door and learned all this information for free and just like got a job. Yeah, some people will just feel comfortable going through the system though. Like the comfort of like going to school, being part of the group, paying the loan, I guess. Not saying it's not valid, but like I think a lot of it is just comfort.
Are you ready, kids?
Yeah, I mean, it's not just stocks, it's like just like thinking about your retirement. I think the first step is investing something in an IRA. I think that's the first step. That's like a low risk, like put a little bit in just to see what happens with it. You know, like, you're like foot in the door, you kind of know, like, you can invest something, and then after that, like, look into, like, picking stocks, like, picking ETFs to make your IRA grow, and then, like, from there, maybe you open, like, another investment account, and, like, try your hand at buying specific stocks and seeing how that works, and you just gotta, like, ease your way into it, basically. I mean, like, my strategy is not one that I came up with. Like, I pay a commission fee A very small fee at that, but it's still a tiny fee for help, basically. Like, I have help. I have an advisor, and like there's like a whole team of people who like figure this stuff out. And there's like a middleman who like talks to me, and we decide what we're gonna do, how much we're gonna deploy, when we're gonna deploy, when we change strategies, stuff like that. But yeah, you eventually get to the point where you can get that kind of wealth management. A big reason why I chose to do that instead of like teaching myself initially and doing it on my own is because I stream and I can't, like, I sleep during the day when the stock market is open, so it's not feasible for me to like, I try to understand it so I can make decisions, but I can't be like day trading. I literally am not awake for it.
Pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
Yeah, but remember that like there will come a point in your life where your family can't support you anymore and you have to support them. So, just as they've supported you, you have to be prepared to do the same to them someday. And I think that's one of the more pressing issues that people don't think about.
That was a ton of fun.
Like, our parents are getting older, and like this in general, like, not to sound like a pessimist, but like I think a lot of people don't think about that. Most people our age aren't even thinking about kids, let alone like their parents when they get older. Which, yeah, it's all part of the responsibility of a healthy society, like taking care of our family and stuff. But yeah, it's not that scary when you start to think about it, like understand how money works and like how to position yourself. It's important stuff. I think that everybody should try to at least learn. It's scary, but once you understand it, it's like, oh, okay. Yeah, man, it's fucking cold out there. That's for sure.
Downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Just met the sponginator. Sometimes pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
Yeah. But that's the thing, is like, it's all just class warfare anyway. Like, if everybody were educated about it, like, then it'd be harder for like there'd be like some other like way that we had to like get ahead instead. Like, life is all about just like finding the thing to get ahead with, and then like when that's no longer the thing, you do something else. Unfortunately for me, I found passion in speedrunning, so I can't let it go. But you know, for a lot of people, that was speedrunning on Twitch. Like, it was a thing to use to get ahead, and now they just do other shit. And here I am, just trying to help keep it alive, like a fucking chump. You gotta worship something, man. You gotta have something in your life that's like the money and the popularity is not a factor, you know? You can't just be soulless.
What?
It's just bad for your soul, literally. Yeah, I mean, no problem, man. I mean, I think that people should at least just be, like, aware that, like, somebody as stupid as me can fucking do this stuff. Like, anybody can do it, basically.
Number 1 in the bikini.
I worship movie. Yeah, I know a bunch of guys who speedrun, yeah. I recently just had a round table discussion with some dudes who speedrun. They're pretty high profile guys who've been around for as long or longer than I've been around. and we all kind of like discussed like where we think speedrunning's at and where it's going, and like what we can do to like kind of like help people understand like what it's about, because a lot of us feel like speedrunning has lost meaning. Like people just say it, but they don't actually understand what it is or what it's about. Yeah, like that's kind of like you gotta find something that like really just drives you to like exist, like something that like drives you to really appreciate life, like being able to wake up every day and doing it, and then you kind of build your life around that, and then once you're stable enough, you can start thinking about like, okay, now I gotta think about like how do I support the people around me, and yeah, you just from there you just build community, and then community grows, gets stronger, and that's pretty much just like the steps that you go through.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running.
Oh, that's awesome, dude. Yeah, I hope that grows for you. I hope that does well. It's cool people are doing that in college. People do that with Smash too. That's neat that people are doing it with speedrunning. COVID ruined a lot of stuff, man. COVID killed communities. It really helped like individuals, like streamers, individuals, but it killed communities. And that's what sucks, is like I'm starting to see more like the trajectory we were on with COVID. Like maybe I wouldn't have had that big burst I had over like 2020 and so forth, but I think that we'd be in a better place if we just kept on that trajectory of like community, improving, strengthening, while my stream's also growing. Like it would have been like, by now I think that we'd be in a better spot, but you know, GSA survived and we're still doing that stuff and it's growing. It's just gotta move forward. How's it going, 6? Yeah, man, best of luck with that. If there's anything I can do to help, let me know. I'm 27. In 2018, I was 21. I was really young. 2018. Yeah, no problem, dude. I just did a remote run for one of our community members who's doing his own marathon. I'd be happy to do the same for you if you wanted. Alright, this runs ass.
I should be working.
This is shitty.
So that's
Yeah, I mean, I understand that's how it usually works. Is like they're not like the college or university is not gonna let you like make like a club just for speedrunning, but it's got to be like all inclusive. Just because of the resources it takes to have the club. Yeah, I get that. I've been through that too. I get it. Yeah, That's just exactly how it goes. I think that like certain other games, like for example, like I think the FGC blends really well with this game because of all the frame perfects. Like the Melee community is a really big crossover point for this game because of like the subject matter plus the tight gameplay. Like it's a kids game that's being played competitively despite like, you know, like I guess the stigma that it's like not supposed to be competitive. Like they're already past that point, so they can relate to it more, and they're willing to accept it more. Like there's definitely like a good crossover with like speedrunning kids games and like Smash in that regard. I think we should work more with those guys. I never saw it, no. All we talk about is moving. Your school had a Taylor Swift club. It's wild.
The old clothesline move.
Yeah, I mean, if it's something in the Northeast, like, if it's drivable for me, I could probably even just, like, show up and do the run. Depending on, like, the time of year. What I'm up to. But I'm always down for, I enjoy driving. I like driving and going on trips and stuff.
The old clothesline move. Oh, nice flying head thing move by Patrick.
Yeah, it depends on where you're at. Like, I'm okay with like 2-3 hour drives. I do that all the time.
I've never seen such an electrifying match.
Just depends on where it's at. And if not, like, you know, remote's always an option. I can always do remote. Really depends though, because like I have been traveling a lot this year, and I know next year's gonna be busy too. Because we're doing like speedrun summit more than once, and like there's pace more than once, and you know, all this other shit's going on.
Whoa! What an opening for a guy literally filled with openings! Oh, what an uppercut! Nice move by SpongeBob. This match is just about over.
Yeah, upstate is like rough, like Syracuse area is like where this other thing was. I couldn't make it to that either. Yeah, remote's definitely like yeah, I'm always down for remote. What are your thoughts on GDQ? Overhated. I mean, they definitely pander to their audience these days, but no, it's. I think people just want them to be a beacon of the speedrunning community, but like, it's hard to even define what the speedrunning community is anymore. I think that like GDQ being like less big than it used to be is more of a symptom of a larger problem. But if you could really point to like any particular moment that made GDQ like fall off, I guess, is when they made the chat sub-only mode. That really hurt speedrunning a lot in general as well. That really like killed a lot of the culture surrounding like speedrunning on the internet. I think that's like the single biggest mistake that they could have ever done. Yeah, I get that. I still submit my runs, but yeah. I get that most people are not super like super into it. Yeah, so the flowers are used to buy various things that we need in this route throughout the rest of the game. We need a lot of them. Unfortunately, it fell out a little early. I like explaining things to people. It's refreshing explaining stuff when you're constantly focused on performance. It's like you get to play the game without focusing on your performance as much. New people get to see it, and so forth. This run is gonna have issues probably. It's not only slow, we also are down on shinies. There used to be a no SBA category, but it's pretty arbitrary now. Got removed from the boards a while ago.
You've just met the sponginator.
What's up?
Welcome to the
No, not really. That's not how it works with no SBA. You don't replace the you don't like get the crab spatulas. You get different spatulas instead of them. But yeah, it does make the run a lot slower because the spatulas are slower.
Hunt 3 years running. Thank you.
I haven't done it in a while, but I'm not done with it though. I'm just, you know, focusing on this.
Let me teach you. Bubble bolt. Bubble bolt.
I didn't get it.
So, that bubble.
Okay. I mean, this run's really bad. I don't know, dude. It's just a shitty fucking run. We don't allow it in 100%. The dupe glitch.
So, that's it.
Even if you were to do it though, you would not. It wouldn't.
So,
You're required to get all the unique spatulas. Like you can't like duplicate or like get more of the same one. Like it's part of the requirement. You have to get all the unique spatulas intended to end with 100. Yeah, it wouldn't help either way, but like there could be like a theoretical route where like you dupe to get to Poseidon early, and then you would end with 101. In that case, we just ban it. Makes things pretty simple. Ironically, banning makes things simple. Okay, so this run's really shitty. I don't know. This run's probably not going to PB, but I haven't finished anything in a while.
SpongeBob's in for a rough ride.
Ow. Ow.
Great Barrier Reef. That's the ticket.
You can get the 16, but it gets slow after a couple of them. The process just gets longer and longer.
Do-si-do and around you go.
Yeah, lag clips would only change kelp forest, that's it.
Now the robot's taking a beating out there.
Lag clips were discovered to be arbitrary, especially with the fastest disk drives, which those things are unstable anyway. It's not just lag clips, like the fact that the Samsung B disk readers were so unstable, they encouraged us to switch off to hard disk anyway. Which effectively just makes lag clips impossible. Anyway.
What are you going to do to get SpongeBob unfrozen?
Well, yeah, if you wanted to get like 116 spatulas and one sock extra, then like sure. I guess that could be a category, but it'd probably be really boring and long. I don't even think that we can theoretically, I mean like the 116 is theory, I'm pretty sure, but I don't think it's ever been done, I don't remember.
That's the ticket. One more douse with that stuff, and SpongeBob will be back in the ring. Oh, that's gotta sting. Look at that! The robots made him that dizzy! SpongeBob is back in the fight!
I feel like a new sponge.
Do-si-do and around you go! It looks like SpongeBob has an opportunity here! better change tactics and fast.
I'm... Say hello to my little bubble friend.
The marmalade.
Squid. The launch to go.
Where's all the security?
Get. The launch to go. I have... Say hello.
Keep.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
I'm Bill.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Congratulations, SpongeBob. You beat my best time. Here's a...
Say hello to my little bubble friend. Bubble power.
I've got...
Ow! Say hello to my little bubble friend. bubble.
Here we are in
Say hello, my little bubble friend. Say hello, my little bubble friend. Huh?
Hey.
Left. Say hello to my little bubble friend. Hey, mister.
What?
You just met the Sponginator.
the graveyard.
SpongeBob, you're in control. The launch to go. SpongeBob, you're in control. The launch to go. SpongeBob, you're in control. The launch to go. Say hello to my little bubble friend. Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Ahoy!
SpongeBob, you're in control. The launch to go. They serve food here, yes, but they don't serve love.
And here we are, folks, the main event. A gauntlet of ever-increasing ferocity. It looks like SpongeBob has an opportunity here. Dosey. Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain? Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
Bubble power.
It's fucking horrible. Just fucking shit again.
Will SpongeBob be able to neutralize the giant robot's brain?
God.
Say hello to my little bubble friend.
Wow, it's just annoying. things sucked. We left Industrial Park on a terrible pace. It was the first sign that it was over, but yeah. Just continue to get worse from there. Oh, it's like 30 right at the end. A trash run. Yeah, I don't know, man. Just bad.
That wasn't.
Oops. Oh, we finished a run today, I guess. Yeah, sure thing. No problem, dude. Looking forward to it.
Hello to my little bubble friend.
I just like to make sure. Yeah, we'll run it back, yeah. Alright.
Are you ready, kids?
So that run was anus.
I can't hear you.
I don't know. Nothing else to say, really.
Well,
Yeah. I I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
Yeah, thanks. That was the first run we finished since coming back, actually. Which is kind of pathetic, but
They'll
Go.
it is what it is.
Hey, we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
Yeah, I saw some stuff. Why is this so slow? Is it because of the taxi thing, right? Thanks, dude.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
well.
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
They'll
Go.
Hey,
Hazel.
Hey, we finished a run. It was pretty ass. Not much else to report. Just ass run, that was it. Pretty bad start.
well.
Didn't get better from there.
yeah.
That sort of thing.
I make myself
It's
a
not really
snack,
good.
but there's no time!
We got like a few hours to try, but yeah.
They'll
Go.
Hey,
I'd like to finish another. Please move. Thanks, man.
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow!
they'll
Go.
Hey,
ah,
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow! Ow! That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime. Ow!
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Just met the sponginator. Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Ow! Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Give me a second.
Aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Thank you.
Aye, Captain!
Well,
Yeah.
Guys, I've been sitting for 6 hours. I got up for like a minute.
But there's no time.
Relax.
they'll
Go.
Pretty bad. I finished a run that was really shitty just now.
Hey,
Not much else going on.
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. How?
Yeah.
Ow!
Thanks, Omega, for the 3 years. Appreciate it, man.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you. You just met
Bro.
the Sponginator. Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you. Ow!
go.
There's another one. Hi, it's Squirrel. Come through.
Number one in the bikini bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Kabam!
Hey, what's up? We're doing runs. We actually finished one earlier. It's pretty bad though. Showtime.
With sleep, drink.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
Thanks, man.
Ow!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain.
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
based on an episode of the show. Mm-hmm.
They'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow! That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
No, actually I don't. I'm not sure how, but like, I just know not to. Probably because I practiced before. I usually do a practice run.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of
I actually
underwear.
didn't do a practice run for Summit. I think that was kind of obvious. When I went up, I was like, I made some dumb fucking mistakes. But yeah. It's because I literally didn't practice those things beforehand.
downtown.
Like I never did a run to see what I was gonna mess up.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I think it's worth it, yeah. It depends though. If I don't care about it anymore, I'll just reset it, but if I still care about it a little bit, it can be good to get some experience in.
The sponginator.
Yeah, thanks, Cook.
You ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
Yep. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
they'll
Go.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
Yeah. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
they'll
Go.
Which one? I mean, GQ's always cool.
Hey,
My favorite of all time was probably the first GQ that I did, honestly. That was the peak. That was the first big speedrunning event that I ever did. But,
we can't jellyfish today. I'm
I
going
mean,
fishing for robots.
speedrunning events just aren't like that anymore, man. 180,000 viewers, like, it just isn't like that now.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you. Ow! You've just met the sponginator. hunt 3 years running. Thank you. Ow!
Okay, come on. You need the shinies for your shiny pace. It's a big part of the run.
Well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
they'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. How? Ow! Ow! Ouch!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
they'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. How? That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy!
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Downtown.
Number 1 on the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow! You just met the sponginator. Sometimes pushing a simple button is most satisfying. Push, 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 push. Ow!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
Who?
Well,
Yep. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
they'll
Go!
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
Who?
well,
Yeah. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
They'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
well.
Yep. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
They'll
Go.
Hey.
Hey.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow! Ow! What? That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime. Ow!
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
I never sneeze anymore. I always stop myself. It's crazy willpower.
downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt. 3 years running. Thank you. just met the sponginator.
Yeah, not on stream though. Booger flying out of your nose.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
What's...
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom...
There's another one. Cowabunga! Take that!
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it.
This...
With sleep, drink.
Really? Diaper refill, huh? Like I'm like filling it. I gotta fill it back up. Yeah, man.
Well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
This is it. The full diaper run.
they'll
Go.
At last.
Hey.
The flip. Ugh. Do you think that sub 40 happens before 80,000 attempts? I think that's fair.
We can't jellyfish
Before
today.
80,000.
I'm going fishing for robots.
Sub 41 happens like any run, but sub 40 I think like somewhere in the 70s maybe. When did 41 happen? It was like 37? Low 40s or something like that. I don't remember. Which run was 41? No, it was like 40, 48, I think. I think it was actually something like that.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
Yeah. So I think that like like 43
they'll
was like 20,000 something. 42 was 30,000 something.
Hey,
And 41 obviously was in the 40s. Nothing in the 50s. Presumably we'll be getting 40 before we get 60 or 70k. Presumably. And then I don't know, I guess like
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going
we'll see
fishing
how
for
long it takes to get
robots.
39.
Pow!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
well
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
When does that game come out? When is it supposed to come out?
they'll
Go.
Hey,
If it's 2026, there's a chance.
we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow!
39 in 2025 is possible. Maybe not likely, but it's possible. Like I get like a 40-40 right now, which is doable. All we gotta do is improve by 40 seconds next year. Yeah, obviously it's just gonna get harder, but I'm sure we'll find stuff. I'm sure we'll get better at the game. Implement new stuff. I mean, I'd probably run like the category that doesn't have that, and 100% more likely. But I'm not gonna like drop the game though.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Yeah, where's Sunshine at now? Last I checked it was like 17 minutes.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Well, yeah, because of TAS, obviously.
downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Yeah, human's not gonna do that. The level of precision on that task is actually just ridiculous, by the way. If you understand like the inputs that are required to write that code at the end and how quick it's happening.
Sometimes pushing a simple button
Fucking
is the most
insane.
satisfying. Push, 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 push. Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ouch!
What's up?
No, it's not cheating. You're manipulating memory pointers. In that game specifically, you can do it by abusing cutscene queuing. Because the cutscenes have to play one after another when you initiate one of them. It starts the queue so you can have it point to a...
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom.
I believe it's still called a stale reference. Like, it's referencing something in the game that's no longer at that memory slot. So you can write code because it's pointing to something that's like it's the memory slot for the shine that you get in the final part of the sequence points to the turbo gate in the second phase of the hub world. So if you unload the turbo gate, the game reads your spin inputs, which are determined by analog. So you just do a bunch of analog inputs to like point the game to change the phase of Delfino Plaza to the end when Corona's open. In short. But the task does like a million fucking inputs on 4 different controllers in 1 frame.
Push, 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 push.
So it just skips all the bullshit and just goes straight to the credit scene. Like the end cutscene. But yeah, there's like a bunch of code you gotta do to stop the game from crashing and also send you to the next phase of the hub world. That's more or less how it works. It's like cutscene underflow and the ace is used to prevent the game from crashing. Something like that. Well, it depends on what the split is. I mean, my PB split was a 752 out of downtown. You really don't want to do much worse than that, otherwise your runs are really, really bad. So I guess we'll see where this is. Okay. Yeah, what's up? But yeah, in the context of these splits, we want to be ahead by a lot going out of Murmulair. Like, we want to be like 10 seconds ahead out of Murmulair. You gotta be set up for that, so like, even out of Sand Mountain, like, we can still survive and then
With sleep, dream.
hopefully save a little bit in Rock Bottom and Graveyard. And aim for a sub 40-50. That's kind of like the short-term goal is sub 40-50. And little by little we make our way down to sub 40. What's up? Thank you guys, I appreciate it. I think so. I think on the track that we're on, we should. Just gotta buckle in. We can't be fucking doing that, man. If I improve a similar amount that I've improved this year, then it happens next year. If we find like 15 seconds of strats and I continue to improve at the same rate, then it happens next year. Yeah, that'd be really cool, like, wrap up the 10 years with sub 40. And then whatever happens after that happens. But
Yeah.
I think that'd be pretty cool.
I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
Yeah, if I could just say, like, my first 10 years I spent getting sub 40 in this game. Of course, I'm never gonna stop playing this, but you know, who knows, like, what other goals and milestones I'm gonna have in mind after that. Not just for this game, but other stuff too. That was this year. 41 happened in February. It actually happened 8 months ago today.
We can't jellyfish today.
It's actually been exactly 8 months. Funny enough. Yeah, sure, making big progress, definitely. Yeah, I feel like we're gonna get an announcement next year from THQ Nordic. I think there's a good shot.
Well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
Excuse me.
They'll
Go.
Hey, we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Wow! Ow!
Ugh.
What?
It might be the pinball machine. You gotta use the magnetized crane to unearth the pinball machine.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime. Ow!
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah, it's a giant pinball machine. My chat taught me about it like the day I stopped playing.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Yeah, thank you.
downtown.
Ugh.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. You've just met the sponginator. Sometimes pushing a simple button is most satisfying. Push, 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 push. Kabam! Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow!
What's...
Number 1 in the
I use the same one until it gets old. This one's actually kind of starting to get old on me, but yeah, I've had it for like a month and a half, something like that.
There's another one.
Hey, thank you.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
This
Well,
With sleep too.
for
there's no way, man. It's been a nice run, but you fucked up. You gotta stop messing this up.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye,
might make myself a snack, but there's no time!
Yeah, it was unfortunate.
They'll
Go.
Hey, we can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow!
Okay. We are just on the hunt. Trying to get that run.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
What the fuck, man?
You just met the sponginator.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
Wow. Okay, hold on. Well, the later parts are just...
Well,
We gotta play that more, but
Yeah.
I feel like we're actually starting to get better paces in the beginning of the game.
But there's no time!
That's like half the problems. You gotta get like 1930s more consistently. Thank you.
they'll
Go.
Hey. jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Ow! Ow! What? That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime. Ow!
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy!
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Downtown.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow! You've just met the Sponginator. Kabam! Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. Ow!
What?
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom the most satisfying. Push, 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 push. Number one in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
This
Well, that's it.
ready, kids? Aye, aye, Captain! I can hear you! Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
they'll
Go!
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. How?
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time!
Morning.
they'll
Go!
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
Hey. Finished a run, it was pretty bad, that's all I got to report. Thank you.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Are you ready, kids?
Thanks, dude.
I can't hear you.
Well,
Yep. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
It happens.
they'll
Go.
Hey. We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
It really is not.
downtown.
My hands are finally warming up to using the controller though, like I'm not as...
3 years running.
I've been like sore playing for the past 6 days, but I'm like back now. I wasn't using a controller for a week.
at the sponginator.
Imagine being a miserable chatter. Enough to fucking come into someone's stream at 3 in the morning to say that shit. I mean, it's like, you make it too easy, man. Troll better. You can't say some shit like that and just not be projecting, man. Normal people don't say shit like that.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Yeah.
Clown.
What's
Thanks, Cosmo, for the 34 months.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom.
Don't understand people, man. What the fuck?
There's another one.
It's like, bait used to be believable, man. It's like sitting behind his keyboard, snickering. This is gonna be so funny when he reacts to me typing. Like, just fucking fuck off. God. Just shut up, little bro, and put my fries in the bag. Probably not even old enough to have a job.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you. How?
See, like, this is what they all do. It's like, they're sitting in the middle of the room, just being fucking annoying. Everybody's like, hey, shut up, you annoying person. And then he says, you're all sucking him off. You're all glazing him. You're all this, that. It's like, I'm not the one who's wrong. You're wrong. La la la, I can't hear you. Like, just fucking have some fucking self-awareness, man. It's like, hey, you're being annoying, shut up. Ha! You're sucking off the streamer. 'Cause I'm not annoying. Can't be me. Shut the fuck up, dude. Thanks, Destro. Wow, that's fucking dumb. Man.
Are you ready, kids?
What are you even on about, dude? What level of projection is this, man? What level of projection are you on? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Who mentioned parents? You're the one who's mentioning that. Are you okay? Are you trying to win your parents over? Did you get kicked out or something? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Yeah, right? What's wrong with you? You stupid? you're so miserable, and your parents, and like, what are you talking about, little bro?
Hey.
What's wrong with you? Fucking built a living on this shit. Yeah, I don't have to get a job, dude. I make money without fucking working. You should try it sometime, but you're a loser, so you'll never understand. Or maybe this guy actually is just mogging us. Maybe he actually is a multi-millionaire and he just likes to troll people on Twitch. Maybe he's just supremely based, but I think that's like a negative 1% chance, or that's what we're dealing with here. We're most likely dealing with fucking bowl cut Billy just sitting around shitting on the internet at 3 in the morning. That's most likely what we're dealing with here. Now go eat your fucking Twinkies and go to bed. Your parents are not proud of what you're doing right now. Go watch a less miserable streamer, bro. Yeah, it's like, it's entertaining somewhat. Just a fucking clown. A jester. I built a career off of these people, dude. It's just bad bait. Just run circles around them and laugh at them. And then they'll go crying to somebody saying, oh, he banned me for no reason. They all bullied me. He's a bully. Wah, wah, wah. I'm like a tough guy in my chat. And you go crying to your little fucking baby friends. Little fucking diaper baby. Get the fucking binky.
They'll
Literally just gestures, man.
Hey.
It always comes back to the diaper.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow!
Oops. Yeah, diaper is just like, it's like here and there.
Are you ready, kids? I can't hear you.
I mean, we were dealing with like, okay, so, by the way, not good that like 2% of my audience is aged like 14 to 18 or whatever. Like that's pretty bad for the future prospects of the stream, but like 50% of my audience is like 20 to like 28 or something, like something like that. These guys were teenagers like 5 years ago and they were making diaper jokes, so it's definitely just a matured audience to an extent. I say matured with an asterisk next to it because these are the same people who talk about the foreskin chips, but you know, at least it's not just diaper every 2 seconds anymore. It's like 50% of my audience is like 24 to 28. Like 20%'s like 20 to 30, 28 to 32 or something like that. I don't remember what I looked at this the other day, but like, I was shocked to see, at least according to YouTube, like 2% of my audience is like under 18, which is just like really fucking whack. I'm not doing a good job at appealing to the TikTok generation, apparently. Like, you would think that like, with the majority of the internet being under 18, like watching videos on YouTube, that it would be more than like 2%, but that's actually insanely low. That's like, we're just gonna fucking age out at that point. We gotta do something. We gotta start reacting to TikToks. We gotta start starting fights with other YouTubers and shit like that. Yeah, but you have to though. You have to replenish your audience as people age out of your shit. Cause like I may be appealing to like late 20s and early 30-year-olds, but there just aren't nearly enough of them to go around, unfortunately. And a lot of these guys, like, they'll eventually just leave Twitch anyway when they get old enough. I mean, I'd like to think that we wouldn't, but like, eventually people age out of stuff, you know.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
I got a shelf life with my current, you know, clientele. Yeah, top 10, top 10s. It's not, no. Which is rough, because that's like... Yeah. That's like what we need, is like that generation to be into it.
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Why are you still here, dude? Why are you still here? Nobody's crying for anything. You're fucking sitting here crying because you lost an argument with a fucking streamer, dude. Like, the same fucking comments you're making about, like, you play SpongeBob, you do this and that. You're literally losing an argument to this guy. You're fucking sitting here brainstorming some stupid-ass comment to put in my chat for, like, a full 5 minutes before you actually hit send. And then you just cap it off with you play SpongeBob. You are a child. Your IQ is below 90, dude. You're not winning this argument. You sound fucking dumb, everybody's laughing at you. You're also just delusional, too. You're basing everything you're saying off of a bunch of fucking videos that some moron made. And you believe everything that you see on the internet because you're an actual child. I guess this is blowing your fucking head wide open, just seeing that, like, wow, this guy is not a super easy target like I'm being made out to believe by this actual fucking scumbag who's below the age of 20 fucking uploading videos on this guy. My bad, he actually is like 20 or 21, which is even more pathetic, honestly. You're listening to somebody who fucking jacks off to lolly hentai and creates it. You're listening to somebody who defends pedophiles and defends statements like, when she's 18, I'm gonna buy her OnlyFans. This is the shit that you buy into and support. You're gonna fucking come at me with the you play SpongeBob bullshit. You glaze a pedophile. And you're the exact target audience for that fucking pedophile too, because you're a child. So better fucking watch your back. Be careful where you're going on the internet, man. You're literally watching a pedophile's videos. Sent you here to do this shit to me. Grow the fuck up.
What?
Otherwise that guy's gonna come after you because he's a pedophile. It's funny because it's true. You know exactly what I'm talking about too, but you're just gonna pretend like you don't understand because you're in denial.
Number 1 in the...
Dude, like, you think that we give a fuck about you, man? You think we're gonna ban you? People are entertained by your presence because you're a fucking idiot. You're a clown and people are enjoying your presence, in case you haven't realized. All this guy knows how to do is say you play SpongeBob and parrot propaganda that he heard from some fucking jackass who just lies all the time. Just a reminder that this is the same person who accused me of being a pedophile because I was made aware of pedophile porn that he created. So instead of just like owning up the fact that he drew lolly hentai of 16-year-olds getting upskirted and pegged, he decides to try and pin it on me because SHiFT is everything that is wrong with me. Just all fucking projection. Yeah, it's so boring that you're sitting here fucking still typing, dude. You're low-key enjoying this shit. You're like a little fucking baby. Like, I'm too old to enjoy SpongeBob. You're sitting here fucking enjoying it. Like, shut up, little bro. Put my fries in the bag. You're actually enjoying this shit because you're a masochist. You love being fucking made fun of in front of hundreds of people. It's a little different than going in your little fucking 20 viewer stream as some fucking asshole who's just talking shit about a streamer who can't respond, right? You're actually sitting here getting fucking laid open by hundreds of people sitting here laughing at you, and you're just like, ha, no, you play SpongeBob. You're boring. I'm sitting here fucking enjoying every second of it because I'm a little fucking bitch. I'm your little bitch SHiFT. This is the most attention you've ever gotten from anybody in your entire life. How's it feel? Goes back to the parents thing, right? When you brought up parents for some reason. Is that how you feel? You just want your parents to be proud of you? I can't replace your father's attention, man. Go find him. Gary, come home. It's like so ridiculous I can't even keep a straight face. He's literally enjoying it, dude. He's like, oh yes, daddy, please hit me again. He's actually just like fucking enjoying this shit.
With sleep.
Yeah, the Wojak meme with the fucking mask where he's laughing, but behind it he's like in tears. I'm totally owning them. I don't even know what this guy's on, man. Maybe he's actually laughing with us. Who fucking knows? I don't know. I'd be laughing with me. I'm a funny guy. Yeah, he's a fan now. Nice. Sorry you feel that way, man. Come give me a kiss sometime. Come on, man. Pucker up. Masochism. Humiliation fetish. Yeah, exactly. Like, the why is really just like, it's the kryptonite of these people, man. You ask them why and they just implode. Just getting fucking banged around. God. Yeah, that's just fucked up. That's fucked up. This guy is a genius. Yeah, something like that. Give or take 50 points, maybe.
Well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
That was so stupid, by the way.
they'll
Go.
Hey.
He's just like... This is what they do, by the way. When their penises retract inside of their body from cowardice, they start, like, fucking roasting themselves and just, like, Joke's on you, I was pretending to be a fucking moron. I was just saying shit to bait attention, like, "Ha, look at him, he's so stupid, guys. He said I get girls, that's so cringe and unaware." And it's like, joke's on you, I was pretending to be dumb the whole time. It's like, I've seen the same fucking genre of human like a million times, dude. I know the playbook. Like, oh, they're laughing at me. Now I'm gonna pretend like I was being dumb on purpose. Like, just shut the fuck up, dude. Enjoy the SpongeBob like you obviously are. You're still fucking here talking. Look at me, guys. I'm being annoying. Shut the fuck up. You're annoying. Heh. Rent free.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Congratulations, you won.
Anonymous, thanks for the gift. Yeah, it's like, why? But anyway, he's gonna come back like 5 years from now and be like, I was literally 11 when I got banned from your chat. Can I be unbanned?
Now I can wear 4 pairs of underwear. This is great.
Downtown.
I don't think he can vote. He's not old enough.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Oh, come on, man. Like, that's like literally like out of the playbook. Like, give a sub to the troll is literally just a fucking shift chat classic. It literally goes like as far back as like, well, there were no gifted subs 8 years ago, but as soon as there were, I mean, like, Keemstar has been getting a gift sub like every month for the last 7 years. Yeah, they all say the same shit. You know exactly where they're coming from when they're all being told to say the same thing.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
Alright, this run's fine.
What?
See, now he's just being a normal idiot. I just drop it honestly. Now he's pretty much just assimilated now.
Number 1 in the
We're really just fucking doing that shit. This is really fucking cringe.
There's another one.
This is gonna be really bad. Yeah.
Number 1 in the Bikini Bottom scavenger hunt, 3 years running. Thank you.
This is a little rough. That rooftop's really fucking ruined this run. Yes.
With sleep too.
This run could have been so much better.
I feel like I should be working.
One soul. That.
Yeah, man, I like the one with SpongeBob in it.
What you're. Fire. Okay.
This sucks. Whatever, man. Just get me out of here, please. They're doing so many spin-offs now, it's like a lot of like SpongeBob doesn't have SpongeBob, I'm sure. Honestly, I wouldn't know though. I don't follow along with it.
taking a beating out there. The robot better change tactics and fast. Spelling! The old clothesline move.
I'm more of a dirty diaper. More of a dirty diaper fan.
The robot's losing its head. What a shocking takedown by Patrick. Oh, nice flying, head thing move by Patrick.
Dude, people do that shit all the time. People just want attention, man.
Wow, I've never seen such an electrifying match. Spelling! The old clothesline move. Whoa! What an opening for a guy literally filled with openings! Oh, what an uppercut!
Yeah, I don't know why he's still talking. It's like really weird at this point.
Nice move by SpongeBob. This match is just about over. Spelling! The old clothesline move. That rope.
Hey.
Yeah, that video, I mean, seems like it was poorly researched to say that this game is dead. First of all, like, obviously it's not fucking dead. Like, when that video came out, we had just found like 90 seconds of shit in 80%, so obviously that's not true. And then, like, saying that it's dead because I'm too good at the game and nobody else can get world record, it's like, alright, well, nobody's gotten world record in the past 8 years, and during those 8 years it saw its peak and dip in popularity, so how do you explain that? So yeah, just poorly researched. Yeah, saying this game, like, is a bad speedrun because of the bosses is, like, the most insane nitpicking as well. Like, the fact, like, anybody who says that is just, like, just, like, tell me you're a negative person without telling me you're a negative person. Like, all this shit's in this run, you're focusing on that, like, fuck off. It's the same energy of people who are like, oh my god, dude, there's so much gameplay in this run. There are like no cutscenes in downtime, but the actual gameplay is just like fucking boring as fuck. Like walking simulator. Same shit. Like, I don't fucking care, like, if you're controlling the character. Like, what's happening on the screen when you're controlling the character. I'll take a game with good gameplay for 70% of the time over a game with mid gameplay for 90% of the time.
Up we go!
That's cool, dude. That's really cool. Yeah, I'm getting really tired of the trend of garbage video essays being recommended like crazy, because like any fucking idiot can have a shitty opinion and just project it into a shitty edited video and get views these days. It's like actually just too easy.
Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Captain!
I can't hear you!
Aye, aye, Captain!
Well,
Yeah, that's just a bad take.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, Sunshine is so boring because it has cutscenes. Like, oh my god. Like, what do you find interesting? Like, what speedrun is interesting at that point? Like, you just need to have something constantly happening. Like, 30 seconds of nothing, like, between shines is, like, too much for you to handle. God. And what's weird about that, too, is, like, nobody says that about 64.
well,
Like, oh, there's downtime between stars. Like, who cares?
Hey.
It's like people, like, expect these games to be, like, created to be speedrun. Like, just stop. There's so much more to speedrunning than just, like, counting the number of seconds that you're in a cutscene. People just try too hard to, like, overly criticize shit.
We can't jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots.
Yeah, thanks, dude. I appreciate it.
I can't hear you!
well,
Yeah. I'd make myself a snack, but there's no time!
Yeah, like, and that's the thing too, is like Celeste, for example, right? 100% gameplay. But like, it was made to be speedrun though. And that just inherently just makes the whole like story and brand of the speedrun less interesting, because like it was already like designed to have that done to it. Like Hat in Time is another one where it's like, cool game, but the fact that it was made to be speedrun just makes the whole story inherently less interesting. You can't deny that like the story of the game is like arguably just as important as the actual gameplay, and a lot of the time, whether you like to admit it or not. And that's the reason why like Smash, like people will always try to make Smash clones, but you can't replicate like the history of Smash and like what they had to go through to keep the game played, despite Nintendo trying to strike it down, and you know, just like the way they had to deal with like Evo and like the stereotypes for like playing a kid's game and all that. Like, it's just not the same, you know. So yeah, the story absolutely matters, and like the history matters, and the community and the lore, that all matters. I don't think people would have gotten nearly as attached to this game if it weren't for the history videos, like how the game got into GDQ and like recognized by like the devs that made the remake and all that. Like people wouldn't have been nearly as attached to it if it weren't for that. Otherwise it'd just be like cool game with like cool jumps and movement and stuff like that. Like it's just not enough to captivate people long term. the story, the subject matter, it all ties into it.
That was a ton of fun. I should do it again sometime.
Like, if it were just like some random made-up character and not SpongeBob, like I guarantee you people wouldn't care about the game. And you could say the same thing for Mario too, like it doesn't really matter, like it's gotta have that recognizable house-held mascot that to make it interesting. That's just part of the formula. Like every single popular speedrun is like that, except for like a select few.
Now I can wear
Very
full
rare.
underwear. This is great.
But yeah, I get really tired of the fucking like poorly researched video essays and just like hot takes just for the sake of like generating conversation and engagement. Just so old at this point. Like everybody fucking makes that exact same type of video. And a lot of it's just not even researched well, or just like having a hot take for the sake of having a hot take. I don't know, I just like we were talking about this earlier, like I wish that content were more inspired. Just nothing is inspired anymore.
You just met the sponginator. Sometimes pushing a simple button is the most satisfying. Push, 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 push.
Alright. I think this guy should just be banned at this point. What do you think? He's just kind of just talking to himself and people are trying to have an actual conversation. But yeah, I mean the history videos on this game were good for the time they were made, but obviously I can do better now. When the time is right, when sub 40 happens. Yeah, it's just like I hope that like we're at the point like in speedrunning, or like at least at like the age with like the nitpicking speedruns of like every little fucking small thing that you don't like about them. It's just like so fucking tiresome. It's such a weird attitude to have about a game that is essentially a puzzle, right? Like, especially the boss fights in this game, it's part of the puzzle. Like, we could choose not to do them if we don't want to. But the fact that it's fast makes the game more interesting. Like, you're taking these, like, slow spatulas that make the whole rest of the game faster. Whereas most runs, especially because, like, you can skip them if you want, would just cut them, but there's a reason why we don't. I mean, it's all part of the puzzle and solving the game. Like, theoretically, if you don't like it, you could figure out a way to get rid of them. It just hasn't been figured out. And you probably wouldn't even like the result if you got rid of them, because the game would just be really short and boring. So, like, there's just a much more profound take to have on that than just like, oh, it's slow. It appears slow to the untrained eye. Yeah, and like this game is more popular than that one. like it's just such a weird, like, from what I understand, the guy who like wrote the script for that video is like no longer working with him anymore. Like something happened. I don't know, this is like kind of like a consequence of outsourcing your videos partially though, because you're not gonna get the information right all the time. You gotta at least like do the due diligence to like fact check, you know.
They'll
Go.
I mean, no shade on Zen, like, we've talked about this, like,
Hey,
we're on the same page, but I do think that it's pretty easily disprovable, like, when you say something like, Battle for Bikini Bottom is a dead speedrun, first off, which is not true, and second, saying that it's dead because the world record holder hasn't been beaten in 8 years, which is like, the game wasn't even popular or played by anybody 8 years ago. There was like one other guy who played it, and it was like, that wasn't me.
fish today. I'm going fishing.
The game got popular, and then it drifted out of popularity all within the time that I've had this record. So like, clearly there are other factors going on there that have nothing to do with like the guy who has the record, you know. This doesn't make any sense. Like opinion, like we're not putting emotions into it. It literally just does not make sense. it's just not a logical conclusion to draw if you actually look into the statistics of the game. Like, game had 17 runners when this guy first got the record, and now it has almost 1,000. Just really nonsensical conclusion to draw. I mean, if he reached out to me, which, like, I told him he probably should have, maybe, I don't remember what I said, but I think there are a lot of reasons why this game isn't as popular as it used to be, but you could say the same about any retro game that has gotten extremely difficult to optimize and requires a fuck ton of time and patience to play, which is not going to reward you with any kind of like concrete thing like a stream or like revenue or anything like that. Like, there just aren't a lot of things motivating people to play the game like that. Also, the fact that the game has changed so much, like, when the game was at its most popular, it was being played by people who were just like cruise boost, sponge glide, SBA cruise boost. Like, that's like all you did. So they come back to all this shit and they're like, what the fuck? Like, how do I do all this? Like, I can't even like wrap my head around the stuff they're doing in this game anymore. It's changed too fast. Yeah, no, I mean Zem and I have had our like butting of heads in the past, but that has nothing to do with like my take on like, I think when you're talking about other people's communities and runners, you really should like make sure that it's well researched, even if it's like somebody else doing the research for you. Because it's not even like a matter of opinion, like it's literally disprovable. Like, it's just a poor reading of statistics to say that like the game died because the world record holder can't be beaten. Because like the game literally rose to popularity when the world record holder couldn't be beaten. Like, clearly there's something else driving the community other than like the world record, right? Which is unique. Like, not a lot of communities are like that, but that's what makes the community all the more interesting. But yeah, I mean, the difficulty of the game is a factor. Requires you to practice it more, requires you to spend more time doing runs. People just don't have time to do it anymore. You know, it's no longer COVID. That's a big thing too. The game had a visible decline even like pre-COVID, but then the Rehydrated got announced like right when the decline was starting. And then that just burst into like another year of shit. And that led us into COVID, which led us into post-COVID, and like the game kind of died down a little bit in 2023. But even as far as like the game itself, like being played by like its core audience, like we only started finding more and more shit. So like even though like the normies stopped playing it in 2023 and 2022, the core audience started finding ridiculous stuff around that time. And in 2024, the record's just gone down even more, so like, the game's never been objectively dead by all measurements. Like, it's always been alive by some metric, you know? Yeah, like, that's, like, the new cool stuff is not accessible to everybody, though, cause it's fucking hard. Like, it's frame-perfect bullshit that, like, most people can't even do once. So, like, it looks cool, and, like, it gets people to like check the game out again, but I find that a lot of these guys who come back from like the old days run the game for a month and burn out because it's just a different game. It's just a very different game than what they learned back in the day.
Number one in the bikini.
Yeah, like all these runs are more reset heavy. It's like harder to watch now. Like content in general, like speedrunning in general, is no longer like a passion job for a lot of people. A lot of people are just doing it as a means to an end. And the speedruns that have stayed popular, like they're mostly popular because of like content pumping it up and like clout chasing. Like even like I've talked to like some Mario runners and they think that the game is starting to die down a little bit too. Even that game as well. Like speedrunning is just not the big trend that people used to see it as. And like, if you're gonna speedrun something, like, are you gonna like put your time into something like this where it's like not even like popular or even like cared about anymore? Because most people just do things that other people think are cool. Like, they don't, like, think about, like, I can get something out of it, like a spiritual experience out of speedrunning this SpongeBob game, you know what I mean? Like, not everybody, like, views it that way. Some people just do shit because everybody else is doing it. They're not looking for, like, growth or, like, a challenge or anything like that. It's just literally, like, who plays the game anymore. Everything on the internet is popular because popular. At least these days, man. It's hard to have a community where people are, like, genuinely in it because they appreciate the deeper mechanics of the game. And, like, I'm trying to really, like, keep that around, but it's hard to sell that, man, because, like, most people just don't care about how the game works. They just, like, they like the streamer, the story behind the game, and it's, like, peaceful to, like, leave it on in the background. That's, like, most of what it is. I think if we're gonna combat that, we have to start being more upfront with, like, why we speedrun and try to, like, make it more of a relatable activity in that regard, like, get people excited about it. Yeah, I have my opinions on that guy, but I will say that I think that letting communities tell their own stories and focusing on the focal points within their own communities and not just, like, outsourcing it to somebody who's just gonna give it, like, a blanket. Like, talking about it like it's the Olympics, for example, just, like, everybody fucking does that at this point outside of those communities themselves. I think that people need to make their own content on their games. I think that needs to happen for people to get attached to them, because it's all just, like, cookie cutter shit with, like, these like YouTubers who make videos on games they don't play. Like, they're not going to be able to give the nuanced take on the games community that somebody who's actually within the games community can give. And it's not like the bump that they get from, like, being, like, paid and exposure, so to speak, from these videos being made is even, like, helping these communities long term. It gives them a little bump, but, like, they'd be better off doing it themselves. I think people underestimate how like easy it is to find a niche on YouTube if you're into it. Like, niches do really, really well on YouTube if you just make good videos on the niche. Yeah, you're not gonna get the exact feel or culture from a product being produced by somebody who just, like, is not, like, he has no stakes in the future of the community. He's just, like, regardless of whether you like the guy or not, like, he doesn't have any future stakes in whatever he's making. Like, all he's doing is making a product that is going to, like, make his future series of videos do well. But he's not designing it with, like, oh, how is this going to grow the community I'm talking about, you know? Like, that's not a consideration when he's making those videos. He's just solely thinking, like, how can I make this entertaining in and of itself? Whereas, like, if you're making your own videos, like history videos for Battle for Bikini Bottom, like, I had in mind, like, how can I get people into the community? Like, how can I make an entertaining video that also encourages people to want to stick around and, like, watch these runs live? Which, like, it's not a consideration for somebody who's just only making videos and not speedrunning the game. The only thing they have in mind is, like, how can I get them to watch my next video? It's not about, like, how can I get these people to play, like Lego Star Wars, whatever it is he's talking about. That's why you gotta make your own videos. It's how you portray it. Like, there's a disconnect between speedrun content and the actual speedrunners. Like, the content makers are not keeping in mind, like, how do I help grow the community I'm talking about? It's obviously not in their interest. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, as long as they get the scoop and then they're out, they just talk about the next game. And then the speedrunners, like, they're not making their own videos, so, like, nobody's finding them. And those who do are just like the few who actually are curious to like look into it, and like when you're watching a video that's not like programming you to try and like look into this stuff, or like kind of like blend you in with the rest of the community. Like simply exposing somebody to this shit is not enough to get them passionate about it. Like you gotta do the heavy lifting in the actual video that you're making.
The old clothesline move.
Yeah, and you're not inspiring people by just like showing them a sports documentary style video that's like cookie cutter for every single game that you cover. And like he's free to do what he wants, but I think that it should be more like, I want to hone the skills to portray my game in a light that is appropriate for the culture we built around it, as opposed to like, man, I hope this big guy talks about my game at some point. I think people need to be more confident in what they can create, because you can learn how to edit at an intermediate level very quickly, and then it just kind of makes itself from there. And it's not going to be great the first time you make it, obviously, but you got to start somewhere. You got to give your community power. That's how you bring power to your community. Like at least 1 or 2 people need to be a voice that can actually like get the message out, you know.
I've never seen such an electrifying match.
If you're gonna talk about other people's games, you gotta be careful. Like you gotta make sure that you're at least like doing an adequate job. And I'm sure Salt's fine with that, but I can't help but feel a side effect of, you know, like this one guy talking about a lot of different games to like his audience, which effectively is not part of the speedrunning community. They're just his fans. They're not really speedrunners. They're not part of the speedrunning community. They're not like watching other speedruns like live. They're just watching his videos. A side effect is that like it's not really making the speedrunning community bigger. It's not grassroots the way that it's done. It's hard to explain, but his fans really, they don't have any interest in watching speedruns. They just like watching his videos where he talks about speedruns. And there's a difference between the two. It's not like Ricky where like he actually has like his fans are like, they're involved and like they watch him and shit. Like Ricky's like on the ground floor of a lot of these games he talks about. And you can tell like he's ran like 90% of the games he talks about. Which is why I really like his channel a lot. And if he hasn't ran it, he makes an effort to run it before talking about it. Easy Speezy, same as him. Like he actually tries to get into the community before he starts making videos on it. Like I think that's cool. But that little bit of extra effort goes a long way for me personally. Exactly, because like it's not growing speedrunning, it's just growing his brand. It's just like a series of videos about speedrunning. And like I'm not saying it's his fault, like he owes us anything. But it is a little frustrating that his fans act like they are the speedrunning community when like they're just fucking consuming documentaries. And it is a little frustrating that like people just like look up to the sky and say like, man, I hope this guy covers my game, when like you can make a way better video that's way more detailed if you just take the thousands of hours you spent studying the game and turn it into a video. Just fucking learn how to do it. It's really easy making videos, man. Like people just, I don't know, people were just intimidated, but I don't know what the problem is. I can't imagine anybody else having covered this game than me. I'm sure anybody who's seen those videos can say the same thing definitively. Like, that's how everybody should feel about their own games, history videos. You gotta make your own content. This run's horrible. You know what game actually gets fucked over from all this shit too is GoldenEye. Like, everybody makes videos on GoldenEye speedruns, but nobody fucking watches those guys play the game. Like, there are like far worse examples. Like, I think this community is actually really fucking solid, man. Like, you know, like, I'm able to make the content, the resources, and stream the game to like a somewhat diligent degree. You know, it's a solid size for what this game is and so forth. Like, I'm not complaining about myself. But I do think that speedrunning in general would be a lot better off if everybody had that same mentality of, like, do it yourself or it's not going to be done the right way. You have more people surrounding the games, more networking going on, more community building on Twitch. Like, we take up a much larger portion of the audience on this website if everybody just, like, made their own videos. Strongly believe that. Yeah, GoldenEye gets massively fucked over from this shit. Like, I see like these dudes with like 20 viewers grinding ILs. Yeah, I don't know, man. Paid and exposure has never been more bullshit. Like, it was always bullshit, but it's never been more bullshit. See, Carl is, in my opinion, Carl has earned the right to do what he does. Like, even if Carl is kind of just like milking the cheating scandals and stuff. Like, here's another thing about Carl is that he's putting himself in the lane of fire by going after Billy Mitchell for the last like 4 years. Like, he doesn't fucking have to do any of that shit, and he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on that lawsuit too. So like, not only has he like fucking like stood up for the speedrunning community and the legitimacy of world records and speedrunning and just high scoring in general, he also speedran the games himself, and he was one of the best at them. So it's like if anybody has the right to talk about that shit, it's him, you know. Like, what do you expect him to not feed his family at this point? Like, has he not earned it? Also, he acknowledges that, like, he literally says, like, can somebody cheat? I need content. Like, he's based about it. He knows what he's doing. He knows that we know what he's doing. Like, he's not a fucking, like slimy dude. He's upfront about it, you know? Yeah, I like him too. But like, it still goes back to the same idea that like, people do kind of screw themselves over by not making their own videos. Carl's somebody who came out of that community. He's well within his rights to make the videos for sure. But my point is that it's like, even like in his case, it's not coming back to like the active community that's playing the game. And like, the same thing will happen with this game when I'm done playing it too. It is what it is, you know? It is what it is, man. But I at least hope that, like, people think that I've earned the right to make videos on this game when I'm done speedrunning it. I really hope that people, like, don't have some fucking, like, lunacy and, like, accuse me of, like, leeching off the community when I literally fucking built it. But, you know, people will always talk shit. I just think, like, you know, if you spent enough time, you should be able to talk about it. If you contributed enough to the community, you should be able to talk about it. And like, if he wants to focus on documenting this stuff instead of actually doing it, that's like literally what I'll be doing at some point, like in my 40s or something, you know? But yeah, I'm hoping to at least like figure out the formula on like how to like build a community and not just like build a fucking like empire, right? Like, we're not trying to, like, fucking, like, uphold one person at the top of the totem pole for, like, making videos good. Like, you know, like, that's not what I want to, like, create here, you know? Maybe I'm just a fucking boomer, but... Seeing those sunshine races in the practice room at GDQ with, like, a good, like, 60 or so people just, like, on their Wii's, just, like, playing... just for the sake of playing because they like the game. You just don't see stuff like that anymore, man.
Well,
Yeah. I make myself a snack, but there's no time.
I think we've lost... I'm not talking about this game in general, I'm talking about speedrunning, like speedrunning as a whole holistic thing. Like, I'm not like talking like make Battle for Bikini Bottom great again. I think this game is great. It's as great as it can be, but I think that like speedrunning in general is dying off. That's what I'm talking about. Like, GDQ is, like, almost entirely at this point, like focused on the charity as opposed to the actual runs. It's no longer, like, a beacon for speedrunning. It's just a beacon for GDQ, I guess. Like, it's its own kind of thing. And, like, I don't know if that's because of speedrunning's decline, or, like, GDQ's decline, or, like... I always feel like if GDQ just, like, stayed, like, politically neutral... and didn't like ban people in their chat for like emotes and you know like let their chat open like non-sub mode. I feel like speedrunning would still be like, and plus like the hotfix stuff constantly being used, like people like always see the channel live, so like at least like have it like on the side channel, you know, like the main channel always being live is like pretty rough. Like it doesn't really have that scarcity it used to have. If GDQ were still averaging like 200,000 views, like it would still be like the big thing. Like people would still have like profound respect for speedrunning like they used to back in the day. That's just my take though. I think all the weird controversies about like emotes and like the chat being locked down on sub-only mode and COVID and all the hot fixes like taking up the whole space and making it seem like too available. I think if they just stuck to like, oh look, GDQ's back in town and like everybody on Twitch is going to be watching it, like if that were the sentiment still in 2024, I feel like they'd be doing a lot better in terms of viewership. Which like doesn't, again, like it doesn't matter for them, like they're fine. They're making millions every single year for the charities, like they're accomplishing their goal, but as far as the speedrunning community is concerned, like I think that we all lose when GDQ is like viewed negatively or not cared about by like the general public. Because most people, if you ask them, they'll tell you that GDQ is not the same anymore. They're like to this or to that. And like I'm not saying that like it's necessarily true, but that definitely is a PR thing that they got to deal with at some point. If they want to be a beacon of the speedrunning community again, but it's just so broken up now. Like there's no like single event that's like unifying everybody. The closest thing we had to that was Summit with the ambassadors of different communities showing up. I think GDQ's gotten better about the free speech thing. I think they like allow like passive swearing and stuff like that. Like it's not like, again, but like it's the perception that's just like that's what has to be worked on. Is they have bad PR right now, at least like on the ground. Like hearing people like in a stream where people are talking about speedrunning for like 70 hours a week. There aren't a lot of people who just outright say like, yeah, I love GDQ, like I love watching it every year. Like you just don't really hear that anymore, you know. Another thing too is like broadcast rights. Like they'll claim people's channels if they stream the event without permission. I know that's just because like, you know, they don't want like some of their runners getting like bullied, which makes sense. Like I think that makes perfect sense. Like, you don't want like bullies like restreaming the event and making fun of people. I don't know, it's tough, man, because like if you're going in front of 200,000 people, like you're gonna be criticized, unfortunately. Like you can't like realistically have a safe space in front of 200,000 people. But at the same time, a lot of the target demographic for speedrunning is people who like to have that safe space, so I don't know. You can't really have your cake and eat it too, realistically. But I understand why they do what they do. It's just like it feels like it's a situation where they keep getting pushed in a certain direction by their established crowd, and they don't really know where to like draw the line.
Number 1 in the bikini.
Well, I mean, GDQ used to only accept like the best of the best runs. Like the fact that like there was a fucking argument over whether SpongeBob is a meme game or not, like that was like hinging on it being in the marathon is ridiculous. Like you tell it to somebody now, like GDQ just accepts anything and everything these days. But back in the day, like SpongeBob getting into GDQ was like, what the fuck, you know? Just not the same as it used to be. I think that's good, man. Like, in something like speedrunning, you need to have a meritocracy. I don't agree with the sentiment that, like, if your run doesn't get into GDQ, it's a bad run, but at the same time, like, back in the day, if your run got in, you know that it was at the bare minimum, like, something that they enjoyed enough and thought it was interesting enough to put into the marathon. You know what I'm saying? Like, now it's like, you get in and it's like, oh, I guess they want it. But like, I have no idea why. But back in the day, there was actually some kind of merit to it, you know? But that's just like a general thing with the internet. Like, I feel like the internet's just more and more rewarding the easy thing as opposed to the hard thing. Like, the hard thing's not comfy, cozy, it's not vibes, you know? Whatever they'll fucking call it these days. I feel that. How is this game a meme speedrun? I mean, everybody's crazy until they succeed, dude. But 8 years ago, that was a big fucking deal. It was like, SpongeBob's a meme, it's not a real speedrun. Why are people playing it? Fuck me. That was what everybody was fucking saying, and honestly, it's like not a very good warm welcome to the speedrunning community. When that's like your first thing that you get greeted with is like, yo, your game sucks. This game that you're grinding harder than anybody's grinding any game right now, except like maybe Nindide at Mario Sunshine. Yo, this game sucks, bro. Like, play a real game. It's like cool, cause like my game doesn't have a Nintendo character. Got it. It's bizarre. It's almost as bizarre as telling people that speedrunning is what got the ball rolling on the remake for this game. It's been proven at this point. Like the devs and the publishers were both inspired by the speedrunning community to actually make the game one way or another. But like 5 years ago, the internet was very different, and anybody who's like just now hearing about this shit would probably think you're crazy for saying that. They don't know the facts. They don't know like the quotes from the CEO and the publisher, and like the tools that they took from the community to make the game, and how it lined up with like how these tools became available when they bought the licenses for the games. And you understand like the budget they were working with. It literally wouldn't have happened if it weren't for this community, which is just insane. But yeah, almost as crazy as that people said that like this game doesn't belong in GDQ because it's not a real speedrun because SpongeBob. Just fucking insane. I mean, it wouldn't have gotten it. Like, I can say without a shadow of a doubt, this game wouldn't have gotten the GDQ if I never streamed it. Period. Like, that is obvious, because the whole argument was like, oh, SpongeBob and speedrunning doesn't have a mixed audience, and like this stream proved that it does, so, like, they couldn't argue against it at that point. It is ignorance. It was just willful ignorance, because it's just a bureaucracy of people who pick the games, exactly. I mean, there was one guy on there who could break up the echo chamber, who actually did like the game, but even he was like, I don't know, man, like, SpongeBob and speedrunning might not really work too well. But yeah, I mean, they were just wrong. Obviously. But yeah, I mean, like, this game did have glitches, it did have movement, it did have routing, like, it was one of the best speedruns at the time. It wasn't the best speedrun at that point, but it was definitely one of the better ones. It was legitimately like a top 5 speedrun, like a top 5 interesting speedrun in 2016. It was that good. It was a top 5 game as far as like how interesting it was to watch. Massively underrated and disrespected. Well, it wasn't my life's work at that point. It was like, it was something that I had just been doing for like 6 months or so. So like, I guess like some people were skeptical that it was just going to be a fad. I didn't know how far I was willing to take it. Yeah, I mean, back in the day, like, getting partnered on Twitch and all that shit was like a huge deal, and I can see now, like, because my perspective has been enhanced, that I can understand why people would be jealous and envious and annoyed. That, like, oh, this guy just picked SpongeBob and got partnered in 6 months. Like, I get it. If that's the perception at the time. I just hope that some of those people see me now and realize, like, okay, he actually was serious about the game. It wasn't just a fad. Because, like, it didn't deserve to be treated that way.
#1 in the Bikini Bottom Scavenger.
And they should just fucking watch the run. Like, what was the harm in just watching the run? It was always a cool game. It may not have been the best game, but you know. Give us 8 years and what do you know it is. And now it's just underrated again. Now we have the opposite problem now. Now the game is back to being underrated, just like it was before.
They'll
go.
Hey.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I gotta get off soon, actually.
Jellyfish today. I'm going fishing for robots. Pow!
Yeah. Alright, well, we got a run finished today. That was good. Could have done better, but we still got tonight to try again. Well, thank you for supporting the stream today. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out while I grind the game. And I will be back. I appreciate everybody. Thank you. If you want to get notified when I go live, check this out. Just join that. If that's not your thing, you can just like follow on here and just like hit notifications, but it doesn't always work when you do that. It's not always consistent, but I'll be back today. Thanks for watching. Hopefully we can finish more runs today. And yeah, it's officially a week back to the game as of tonight. Hopefully we can get something going. Thank you. Hopefully we're not yapping as much later today and focusing on the game more. I'd like that, but yeah, I'll be back soon. Thank you.